temps increasing. It's now 38 Celsius. Pit lane speed limit is 72 kilometers per hour. Alright, Villar, we've got 2 laps. Let's get this done.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
The leader has just done a 122.95. The leader's just done a 122.62. The leader has just done a 122.07.
One more lap. 23.0.
P6, that puts you 1.0 seconds off the leader's pace. Your lap time was 122.30. That's the end of the session, P7.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 1,177. Pit road is closed. Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
60 seconds.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Seconds.
Waiting on the final car.
Car number 11. Okay, Willard, our pace should be okay. We're aiming for around P9. Rolling start. Get ready. We need to follow car number 1 in the right column. Safety car speed is 72 kilometers per hour.
Get ready, going green.
Okay, Willard, are you ready? Watch for the lights.
Green
Go,
flag,
go.
green flag.
The car in front of us is now Abdullah, car number 10, D license. Start's alright, time to get stuck in.
Car right. Still there.
On the left.
Hold your line.
Still there, hold your line.
Clear right.
Clear. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. The next car's the leader.
P8.
31.131. The leader's gone off.
Okay, Bullard, the next car is Fisher, car number.
Right side. Clear right.
Clear. There's an incident behind.
Sixth place. That was a 22.06. Gran, car number 3, is leading the race.
On your right. Clear right.
The car in front is Paul, car number 8, V licence. The gap to Abdullah behind is now 0.39. Fastest lap for Fisher, 121.59.
Fastest lap of the session. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap.
Lou, car number 12, is now leading.
21.594.
Car left. Clear left.
Clear. 10 minutes,
to go. That's 10 minutes left. Okay, Willard, come on, stay focused. Apexes and exits, apexes and exits.
right. Hold your
Still
line.
there, hold your line. 23.1.
Still there.
You're in fifth. Still
Clear
there,
right.
Clear.
V4.
Right side. Hold your
Still
line.
there.
Clear
There's
right.
an incident ahead. Clear.
Alright, Willard, the next car is car number 1, B licence. You're in fourth position. That's a new fastest lap for Heneda on 21.29.
P9. Just set the fastest lap. 21.287.
The gap to car number 1 ahead is now 1.4. Okay, Willard, you're halfway home. Got plenty of fuel.
Lap of the session. The leader just did a 21.785.
Track temperature's decreasing. It's now 34 Celsius. The guy ahead's lap time is 1:21.56. Okay, Willard, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left. New fastest lap for Hale on 21.12.
Car in P16 just set the fastest lap. 21.119.
Car right. Clear right.
You're on the right.
ahead is Luke, car number 12, B licence. There's a chance of a podium here. Push, push, push.
21.7.
That was 121.80.
Left side. Clear left.
Nice one, Willard. Good pass. Nice front.
21.805. You're now in
The
third.
next car is car number 1, B licence.
The next car's the leader.
That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
Car right.
Side,
Clear right.
clear. White flag. One more lap to go.
Okay, Willard, one more to go. Keep it together, we'll be on the podium. P2. That lap time was, what, 20?
On your right. Hold your line.
Hold your line.
Hold your line.
Still there.
Still there. Still there.
Still there. Hold your line.
Hold your line. Clear right.
Clear.
On your right.
Right side.
Clear right.
Clear on the right.
The guy in front is 1 lap behind.
Car right. Still there.
Hold your line.
Hold your line. Clear right.
Clear.
Come on, mate, defend your position.
Right side. Clear right.
Clear.
Right side. Hold
Keep
your
to the
line.
left.
Hold your line.
Stay on the left.
Still there.
Well done.
Clear right.
That's the end of the session.
There's the flag. It's over. Good job. Very good job.
various people in the West who are very much against China, particularly in North America, but also there's a few in Britain.
Meet Judy McKay. Born in the UK, she moved to Hong Kong 60 years ago. She became a fierce anti-tobacco activist and fought so successfully that the industry saw this tiny woman as one of the three most dangerous people in the world. Judy shared what outsiders get wrong about Hong Kong, whether Hong Kong is becoming just another Chinese city, and Hong Kong versus Singapore. Which one is winning? I'm Max Chernov, your insider to Expat Live. So you think that Hong Kong will still be a welcoming place for foreigners, for expats coming here, or it's becoming more and more like another Chinese city? Eventually, it will be more like another Shenzhen, not just a long history.
I think both. Coming here as a tourist is so safe, you wouldn't believe it. In Hong Kong, we have a population of 8 million people, and we have 30 murders a year. Now, you get that overnight in some Western cities, 30 murders a night or a week. I mean, we have 30 murders a year, and they're not of visitors or expatriates. They're between the triad gangs themselves. This is what happens. I can go to any car park in Hong Kong at midnight on my own with my car and pick it up. I never even think of feeling frightened. I certainly wouldn't do that in many cities in the West. Be on my own and go up and pick up a car at midnight on my own in an isolated car park. We have a very sound education system here with free education for whenever, as well as many private and international schools. We have the equivalent of the National Health Service here. People do pay about £10 to go for a visit, and we're facing the same problems as the NHS, more people using it, an aging population and so on. 50% of all Hong Kong is country park. People think of Hong Kong as the concrete jungle of the central part of it, but actually there's massive numbers of places and outlying islands to hike and to barbecue and to take your dogs for walks and things like that. And we've got a lot of amenities, like our pandas, like our Buddha, like going up the peak. But it's incredibly safe for tourists here, a bit like Singapore. Singapore, I think, is a safe place for tourists as well. So I think that Hong Kong is definitely like that. And yet, there's all these misconceptions. When we go back to Britain, people say to us, "Are you safe?" I mean, I almost laugh. I said, "Am I safe? I'm safer in Hong Kong than I'm in London, for sure. That's for sure. Are you safe? Are you going back? What about this brutal communist dictatorship that's ruling you?" There's a lot of misconceptions powered by various people in the West, a small number of people in the West who are very much against China, particularly in North America, but also there's a few in Britain, including some people who were here in the civil service and as governor, who really are very, very anti-China. And I think spread a lot of misinformation about us. As I said, I think I'm safer here than almost anywhere in the world, and tourists are so welcome here. And of course, the Hong Kong government and the people want tourists to come because it's part of the livelihood.
Yeah, tourists for sure. But what about people who want to move, from
Coming
America, coming to work,
yes.
Come to do business?
Yes.
Would it be still a place for this?
Yes, I can certainly answer that question. I think that people, nothing to do with 1997. I think gradually there is a change from people coming for lifelong into people who are coming on shorter term contracts, coming for even 3 years or 10 years. People come here, they make money, they advance themselves in their business, but they go back. This is particularly true of Americans. Not many Americans stay on here, but they never have. They've tended to go back to their country. But for certainly somebody coming from Britain, I think it is gradually becoming more Chinese as a city, and that's only expected. It was more British under the British, it's more Chinese under the Chinese. I mean, who would expect anything different? But I think there is definitely, from a business point of view, there's an incredible future for people coming here still. I mean, particularly as we're linked with China, which of course is just the growing economy in the world. So I think, and especially as we are becoming integrated, I think there's a massive future for people coming here. Well, not just in business, but coming here and working in all sorts of things, working in the health field and things like that. I think whether they stay on into retirement, I think probably not so much nowadays. But I think Hong Kong will certainly see us out. We have no plans to move. We go back to Scotland for 3 months every summer, and that was just a perfect development.
Yeah.
We see our family, we see our friends, and yet my work persona is still in Hong Kong. It's not in Scotland.
Singapore and Hong Kong were always like this, two competitors in the region. Yeah, and some people say that Hong Kong start to lose positions after China took over on the global scale. So it's more like now it's not the gate for Westerners to China anymore. But some people say it's another will be another Chinese city. What do you think if you see it for like the last over 60 years, the competition between like these two incredibly successful cities? What's your thoughts on it? What's your takes on it?
Certainly after 1997, Singapore was able to pick up quite a lot of people who were repositioning their businesses out of Hong Kong because they were uncertain what the future would be like being under ultimately a Chinese jurisdiction. I think that happened, but I think what is now happening is that this is being rebalanced by the fact that we are having in Hong Kong, we're having the advantage of being part of China and being part of the Belt and Road Initiative, part of the Greater Bay Area. So I think that Hong Kong's strength in terms of coming up to be equal to Singapore, and it's not hostile. I don't feel it's hostile at all. I feel it's just a pretty good friendly rivalry between the two. And Singapore is rather more, to use the word sterile and chaotic, are far too far down the road for what I'm trying to describe. I mean, Singapore is more orderly. Hong Kong still has a business of being a little bit less orderly and a bit more freewheeling than Singapore in a number of ways. So there are differences between them. But I think both of them are going to do well, I think, actually. And I think the rivalry is no boundary.
I think Hong Kong is benefiting heavily from being a part now of this huge, the Greater Bay Area, which is like we looked yesterday with my friend. It's like 80 million people here in the region. Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Macau, Hong Kong. 80 million people. It's like Germany.
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Singapore is a little bit like isolated. It's only Malaysia here.
Yes.
So there is a Johor Bahru, which they have like economic ties, but still Hong Kong is part of something much bigger, I feel like, physically.
Yes. So I think it does sort of checks and balances as we go along. But many people here, they visit Singapore. It's a safe place to go. It's a nice place to go. So I don't think there's any hostility or any antagonism. There's a bit of rivalry. And as I said, this balances in different times in different ways.
Many like wealthy people left Hong Kong after COVID to Singapore and relocated their businesses or home offices to Singapore. But now also I talked to some people yesterday. They say, okay, now it's a opposite trend. So people were like afraid they were leaving after 1997, after COVID, but now they're kind of moving back, returning to Hong Kong.
It was the same with 1997. A lot of people left Canada to get their children born there, and then they've sort of come back.
Yeah.
But in 2019, quite a few young people from Hong Kong went to Britain under a special arrangement, and I think it's possibly unlikely that they will come back. I mean, Hong Kong, I think, is still a remarkably free society. Interestingly enough, I've just written an article published in the China Daily on human rights. That's quite an achievement to do that. But when I was researching it, I went onto the United Nations page on human rights, United Nations Department, and interestingly enough, it says the biggest human rights violation in the world is poverty. Now that comes as a great surprise to people in the West. Well, poverty, yeah, okay. They see human rights as being able to criticize your government. Whereas in fact, if you were to take the UN criteria of lifting people out of poverty, China has lifted 80 million people out of poverty. And so sometimes when I'm in the West, just controversially, when people say, oh, there's no human rights in China, I say, actually, if you take the UN definition, China's done more than any country in the world on human rights because it's lifted people out of poverty. And they just don't see it like that. There are restrictions in Hong Kong on what you can say. There is a red line that you cannot call for independence for Hong Kong. And nobody in their right mind would do so anyhow. It's never going to happen. It was one of the 5 demands of the protesters in 2019. Never, ever is Hong Kong going to be independent. It is part of China and it will remain so. And China, the British took it for 150 odd years. China's got it back. There is no way that China is going to let it go. And it's not from the students here. It doesn't resonate. It didn't resonate in 2019 if you ask students in China, they say, no, of course it's ours. We don't want to give it up. There was no cross-border fertilization of a protest movement in China, as many hoped it might be. Many of the protesters hoped it might be. It didn't resonate at all in China, that. So in Hong Kong, you cannot publicly call for an independence for Hong Kong. And you certainly can't do what many did in 2019, and that's cooperate internationally, and to go to countries like the US or Britain and ask for their support in making Hong Kong independent. That you simply cannot do. So I think we're searching with legislation here that is our security legislation, hardly different from most of the rest of
The leader's just done a 128.46.
I think many people are just trying to find their way, and I think the journalists and the teachers are still trying to find, what level is it that we can be sort of critical, in terms of teaching students about history, just the nuances of
We've got 2 laps to get the job done. The track temperature is increasing. It's now 39 Celsius.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time black.
The leader has just done a 122.09. The leader has just done a 121.69.
One more lap. 21.715.
P2, that lap was a 121.72.
All right, there's checkered flag.
That's the end of the session, P2.
One to go, next time by. Line up on the left side. The estimated strength of field is 1,236. Closed, pit road is closed. Tight field today, look for opportunities. Five cars left to grid. Still waiting on two cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
P2, okay, Willard, we should do well here. We're expecting you to finish in the top 5. Okay, rolling start. Stay in the pole row in the left column.
Catch the pace car.
The safety car speed is 72 kilometers per hour.
Catch the pace car. pace car. About to go green, stay focused. The pace
Here we
car
go.
is in.
Don't fuck this up.
Green
Let's
flag,
go.
green flag. Pit road is now open. The next car's the leader. Car
Car
on your
left, clear left.
Clear on the left. .868.
On your right. Hold your line.
21.91.
Still there.
Still there.
Hold your line. Hold your line.
Still there.
Still there. Clear right.
Clear.
Okay, Willard, the next car is Johnson, car number 5, D license. B3.
22.302.
Right side.
Car right.
Still there.
Hold your line.
Hold your line.
Keep to the left.
Clear right.
Clear.
Car right. Clear
side.
right.
Clear on the right. Go right.
Fucking hell, defend these positions.
You've got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment.
On your right.
You'll have less grip out there. Car right.
You're on the left. 3
left.
wide.
3 wide.
Clear right.
Clear all
You're on the
around.
left.
You're
3
on the
wide.
left.
Clear
3
right.
wide. Clear all around.
Alright, Willard should be coming out into clear air.
All the damage is repairable.
You've got 10 minutes left. 10 minutes to go.
Car 5 is up the front. Move it, move it.
The pit exit's clear. Don't think about the lap times, just hit each and every apex. 18th. .924. The leader is running 21.733. The guy in front is Langer, car number 14, B license. Okay, Willard, you're reeling, 17th place. In, the gap is 4.9 seconds.
You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 4.2 seconds. 21.567.
Half distance, fuel looks good. You've just done a 121.57. Five minutes to go, 5 minutes left. P16, well, that was at 121.78.
Go left. 22.584.
Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go. You've just done a 122.08.
White flag, white flag.
White flag, one more to go.
You got a slow car on the right. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
P16. There we go, it's over.
Okay,
Bring it back
we'll
round.
get 'em next
That's the
time.
end of the session.
that. I think there are some sensitivities, but I think Hong Kong is working it out. I'm very confident that Hong Kong will be okay.
Yeah.
We have a very good chief executive at the moment, John Lee. I think we're on track to bounce back as we bounced back from most things before. And not to say there's no problems. We have problems of, for example, care of the elderly. We have problems of people who are poor and housing. Of course we have problems like everywhere else in the world. And I'm not dismissing those problems. I'm not saying we have problems and putting them aside. No, we have problems and we have to deal with them. And we have to deal with them with, better housing and more equality. But I think the days of Hong Kong being run by the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank and the big Hongs, the big property owners, for example, I think those are going. I think the very big property owners are not as powerful as they were once in Hong Kong. And again, that ties in with China's philosophy. They're trying to do the same in China with not allowing people like Jack Ma and the big oligarchs. They don't want Russian oligarchs in China, and they don't want Russian oligarchs, the equivalent of Russian oligarchs, in Hong Kong. They want a more equal society. So I think that is also happening here, and that's really to the good as well.
What do you think the biggest changes that happened in Hong Kong in terms of how in society?
I think they behave with more confidence. I also think they expect more. The young people here today expect the government to do more. They expect the streets to be swept. They expect the education system. Now, mass transit, which is absolutely marvellous. We've got the most amazing mass transit system in the world. It breaks down one morning, and you think Hong Kong would come to an end, all the complaints there are about it. But I think there is much less tolerance in a sense, almost in a more Western way. There's much less tolerance of sort of small glitches. It's not a major problem if our mass transit. I don't even mean if our mass transit. I mean just one line breaks down for a few minutes or it's delayed. There's a lot more complaint. There's a lot more expectation that they have to be held to account. I think these elements are now sort of creeping in. And I think it's certainly much more sophisticated society than it was then.
Hey, I've watched this Telegram channel where I'll be sharing insights from my guests, show tips around Asia, and also my thoughts about YouTube, marketing, business, and even life. It will be cozy, personal, and free of charge. So join me, just scan this QR code on the screen or click the link in the description, and I'll see you there. Are you PR from Raceway in Hong Kong?
The system here is that if you're here for 7 years, you can become a permanent resident. And our 2 boys were born in Hong Kong, so they're our whole family are permanent residents. So we have British passports still, but we have a Hong Kong ID card, a permanent ID card. And China has now given us 5-year visas. Those of us who are permanent, have got permanent ID cards.
Yeah.
They've given us for almost no money at all, very little. And we now have 5-year visas. China has tried after 1997 very hard to make the expatriates comfortable and welcome here in many, many ways. I mean, we still have Cornwall Street. We still have a very Chinese solution. Right in the middle of Central, we had a huge statue of Queen Victoria. Now that has been moved to a park much further away from the Central. They haven't destroyed it. They haven't exported it. They've left it in Hong Kong, but it's not right in the Central anymore. I think that's just a wonderful solution. And China was quite uncertain as to whether the expatriate community in Hong Kong would stay on to start with. Would they leave? Would they stay? And in fact, I was asked by the wife of the Prime Minister, his wife Julian. She asked me she really wanted to know what would be the situation. This is way before 1997. This is in the 80s. Early 90s. We had several discussions on this. What was the attitude of the people, the British in particular, staying in Hong Kong? So I said, well, I think the attitude is that the time has come. This is part of China. The time has come. It's right that it goes back to China. Most of us are staying on. It's really not a problem. And I think in my own small way, I was able to sort of reassure the Chinese government that actually there wouldn't be a mass exodus of people who were running the place. There wouldn't be a mass exodus, even from the civil service. The civil service were not allowed to stay on as heads of the department, but they could stay on as either subheads or as advisors. And now that's gradually moved through. in the last several decades since the handover. There's still a few Western people in the civil service, but very, very few. We had an incredibly peaceful handover, and we prepared well for it, well in advance, for 20 years beforehand, and then after the handover itself. So probably, if you look back at the British Empire, we probably had about the best of all handovers, actually, in terms of peacefulness and security. It was almost a non-event. The place was full of journalists, and we had this joke in Hong Kong. They were all in St. John's Cathedral on their knees, saying, "Let there be blood on the streets, let there be blood," so they could write something about this handover and how dramatic it was. And they had nothing to report on. It was all peaceful, and so it has continued. I mean, I think, as I said, they've made sure we've got permanent ID cards are in place. All the land leases are automatically renewed. They've just announced, China, they're automatically renewing all the land leases from after 50 years, 1947, automatically being renewed. I think China's done a lot to reassure the people of Hong Kong that actually the basic institutions and the basic way of life is in place for the long term. And China now, I think, since 1947 as almost a non-event. And what is happening is that there are more and more people from the mainland coming to Hong Kong. You hear more and more Mandarin being spoken on the street. I was meeting somebody at the airport the other day on the side of the barrier, which is where you're meeting people, the Hong Kong people, and everybody around me was speaking Mandarin. So they were greeting people coming into Hong Kong. So everything like our mass transit railway now is English, Cantonese, and Mandarin. That's all been. So you see more Mandarin, you hear more Mandarin. There's we're much more slowly integrating with Shenzhen, slowly across border. People go across for dinner now. In fact, that's a bit of a problem for the hotels and restaurants in Hong Kong, because you can just hop across the border, have dinner, and it's cheaper than actually having it in Hong Kong. And so we're part now of the Greater Bay Area. And China has also, with this present problems with America and the tariffs, China has said categorically that we will help Hong Kong, whatever it takes. We will help Hong Kong see this through. Who knows where it's going to go, all this tariff business, and particularly with China, who's facing tariffs of the 240% on some goods. We don't know where that will go. But China has said very categorically, don't worry, Hong Kong. We will, how this works out, we will help you. So I think China has done a lot to make sure that, that they're looking after Hong Kong, and they're helping support our stock exchange. And the People's Liberation Army are stationed here, but I've actually never seen one of them. The British troops, when they were here, you saw them at Central, you saw them going to the bars and the restaurants and things. You never see the Chinese, the PLA, going to bars in Wen Chai, for example. Never. I think, in fact, we feel rather sorry for them. They're not with their families. They're here quite isolated in their barracks. They don't really come into town. They don't have the money to do so, actually, on their salaries, to spend a lot of money here. And sometimes they have an open day where they will open up if a ship comes into harbour. They'll have an open day and people can go onto it and children go and, look at the ships or things like that. And, as I said, I think we feel a bit sort of sorry for them that they're so isolated. And they don't really come out and integrate with the population. So the population never sees soldiers in the street ever. Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't happen here. So I personally think, China's done quite well in terms of taking over and running Hong Kong. In fact, staying on, I feel it's my duty almost as a British expatriate who was here as a colonist to start with. I feel it's my duty to stay on and just help in any way and try and make sure that it works as best as it possibly can do. Yeah. I regard that as not being a failure or anti-British in any way, shape or form. And of course the government has problems. China has problems. Every country in the world, the government has problems. Especially today, we've seen the Western countries as well. I mean, no government is without its faults. But actually, I think the government here does really pretty well in terms of creating a safe society. And Asia, as you know, Asia, compared with the rest of the world, is an incredibly safe place. We haven't really had a war in Asia since the Second World War. That's the last 60 years. We had, I suppose, the Korean War. We've had internal wars, Korean War. We've had dissidents and uprising, like in Myanmar. We had a border skirmish between Vietnam and China in 1989. But, I'm having to think and search my memory to think, well, when did we last have a war? It's a very safe area of the world. It's probably the safest area in the world you can think of today, Asia in general. And, Hong Kong is part of that.
I spent 2 days in China, mainly China yesterday, and it's interesting to see that probably Chinese are very different also south and north. There are three countries inside one country. But also, I guess Hong Kongers are also like proud Hong Kongers, especially who are living in Hong Kong. What do you think would be the difference between like a Hong Konger and mainland Chinese?
Well, at one stage, they would have been really different. But, you could, 30 years ago, you could have recognised a mainlander here just by the way they were dressing. You can't do that anymore at all.
What was the way? Like Hong Kongers more?
Well, they were smarter and they had more money, whereas the people from the mainland were really poor. They had no money at all. And I think Hong Kongers used to feel a bit sort of superior to people from the mainland in many ways. But I think that has changed now. And I think the mainland people are doing so well. I think the mainland people are doing so well. I sometimes can't tell seeing somebody in the street until I hear them speak, whether they're from the mainland, here we go, whether they're from the mainland or if they're Hong Kong people. I think people do have an identity. I think at the moment it's quite southern Chinese. So I think that the major group of, and in fact the whole global diaspora of Chinese is mostly Cantonese. If you look at the Chinese restaurants around the world, for example, they're virtually all from the southern part of China.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes. You don't get many Mandarin people going and opening a restaurant in New York or something. That's much less common. It's the Cantonese who are creative.
It's like more entrepreneurial.
Entrepreneurial, yes, perhaps. Because they've left their home country. Many have come to Hong Kong first and then gone overseas. They are a bit more temporary anyhow. They say the difference between the North and Southern Chinese is like in Europe. You've got the Northerners who are, if anything, rather taller. They're rather quieter. They're like the Scandinavians. Whereas the Southern Europeans are more like the Italians. They're more expressive. They're more shorter. They're noisier. If you listen to the volume speaking, the Northerners speak much more quietly than Southerners everywhere in the world. And the Cantonese do speak quite loudly. And in language, it's more almost Germanic. It's more staccato. The northern language is much softer. For example, the word for friend in Cantonese is pan yao. Pan yao, that's quite definite. Whereas in Mandarin, it's pen yo. That's or apple is Xinguo or Xinguo. All is the same. And if I am speaking Mandarin and I don't know a word, I just try it in Cantonese. And and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. For example, the word afan is in Cantonese, but it's wu in Mandarin. So sometimes it's completely different. So it can vary quite a lot.
Hey guys, just a quick announcement. Don't skip. I'll be running a 3-day workshop called Fast Track to Views and Profits on YouTube. If you ever wanted to start your own channel, this is the best way to do it. You will learn how to choose the most profitable niche and how to make the YouTube algorithm. You're gonna love it, I promise. Link in description, so sign up if it's for you. And now back to the video. Are there many people who actually stay through this almost 60 years that you're here? Or many, I guess many people left, many friends left? But have someone who stayed actually.
Yeah, most expatriates do leave, and that's economic. Many of them, when they came, they were given accommodation by the government in particular.
Yeah.
Huge group of people. But also people like the Pacific or the bank in those days provided accommodation, provided rent. And the only way you can stay on in Hong Kong after you retire, after my husband retired, is to own your own place. To try and pay today's rental for a flat, even a small flat in Hong Kong, is high, very high. So from a very practical point of view, not that many people stay on. And I think I would say almost everybody who really stayed on managed to get their own place, often very early, like we did, when you could pick up a place for peanuts. Because we bought our house in 1971. They say you should buy when there's blood on the streets. And that's pretty much what we did. It was a colorful revolution. The Red Guards and the bombers were still here. So many people who did as we did, we are the people who have been able to stay. And I think many more people would have liked to. But if you don't own your own place here, you can't.
Yeah. How many times it gets more expensive? Yeah. 100 times something like that.
Well, it's I think Hong Kong, I think Singapore and Hong Kong are both pretty expensive places, but I think Hong Kong is one of the most expensive places in the world. So we're just again very fortunate that we made that decision so many years ago, and we made it. We were renting a flat in town, and the landlord put up the rent by 100 Hong Kong dollars a month for the next 3 years, and 100 Hong Kong dollars is what, about 10 pounds, 10 US dollars, something like that.
Yeah.
Peanuts by the gold standard. But I remember saying to my husband, "Oh, this is much more than the next 3 years. Gosh, that's a bit much. We better buy a house." So we came, we saw this one, bought it that same day, that afternoon. A very big impulse decision, which has served us well. The best thing we ever did financially, but also it's an oasis because we're surrounded by trees and bushes and green.
Yeah.
It's just an oasis for when I go out and fight with the industry. And people love coming out to us because many of our friends do live in apartments. So to come out and be able to sit in the garden and just be surrounded by, the peace and the quiet and the birds. You probably are picking it up on your upper recording with the birds all around.
Yeah.
It's just lovely. We're really lucky.
Yeah, it's beautiful and lovely. When you bought it, it was a bit maybe far away from the city center, but now it's like just 20 minutes drive from the center.
But people thought we were mad buying a place when there was still all the unrest. They thought it was so far. We were at the 9th milestone, and it was very remote in those days. We had to sink a well. We had no water supply. The electricity went off quite frequently. Would people ever come out as far out as this and see us? We had difficulty finding a Chinese armor to come out and work here because it was so far out. And in fact, we became the first Westerners in Hong Kong to employ Filipino maids. Because I went down to the Philippines and interviewed about 8 of them. It's heart-rending. They all wanted to come. They all had, parents who were sick or brothers they wanted to educate. Much the same as today, in fact, but they were desperate to come. And we have the same family today. We're in our 5th generation of the same Filipino family. So we must be doing something right.
Wow.
5th generation of that same family we employed in 1972. And certainly in the 1970s, when there were many, many immigrants coming in illegally into Hong Kong. following the Cultural Revolution there, the 60s and 70s, our garden seemed to be a conduit. They would come up from cycling over the hill, and if they made it south of Boundary Street, they were allowed to stay in Hong Kong, a Boundary Street in Kowloon. So they came here, and they all were trying to get into Kowloon and south of Boundary Street. You see, they were picked up by the police then. They were still allowed to stay. So they're all coming in, and the first couple of times we were told we had to phone the police, but actually by the time the police got to us, they were long gone. So we just pointed in the end. That's the way to Kowloon, that way. And they were a very ragged, often barefoot, in open sort of insoles, very ragged, desperate, frightened group of people, the illegal immigrants. We had a rush of them in the 60s and 70s following the Cultural Revolution and then the famine in China. And, they were the people who built up Hong Kong. So I'm not sure if any of them will ever remember coming through our garden. That's where, and, they were never threatening, we never worried that they would harm us in any way. They were always astonished to find a Westerner, as you can imagine, if they saw us, and very frightened. But, they were the people who led to Hong Kong being as it is today.
Yeah. So how was Hong Kong back then? It was like very international or like Chinese? Or how was it? What was the vibe?
Well, I arrived right in the middle of the Cultural Revolution, and people don't appreciate that Hong Kong was very much affected. We had the Red Guards still on the street, we had bombs, we had all this communist schools and banks barricaded, we had big character posters saying imperialists go home. It was at a time when people were very uncertain whether the Hong Kong police would be able to hold Hong Kong or not, because the People's Liberation Army came right down to the border, and if they had invaded, I think Hong Kong would have fallen. But China decided, as it always decides, in the fullness of time, they would get back Hong Kong in a more peaceful era, which is what happened. But there was a great uncertainty at that time, and certainly a feeling of danger. If you went out onto the street and saw a cardboard box, for example, on the street, you absolutely called the police and went nowhere near it because it might be a bomb. So I certainly arrived at a rather dramatic time in Hong Kong.
I guess it's quite exciting and terrifying at the same time.
Yes, but it was a sleepy town compared with today. That's for sure. I mean, it's become bigger. It's become much more international. It's weathered a lot of storms. It weathered the Cultural Revolution. It weathered many really bad typhoons. It weathered economic collapses, the Asian collapse. It weathered further disturbances in 2019. It's weathered COVID. So I think Hong Kong is a survivor. It's a survivor city for sure.
What would be the way to make friends with Hong Kongers? Is it different versus making friends?
No, it's through work, through schools, through neighbours. I think it's very similar, really.
What's the way?
We've had the same neighbours in Blewett Garden since we moved there, and we're on their fifth generation now, actually. From the great-grandfather, grandfather, father, the boy, and now they've got a baby. There are 5 generations of people next door. Again, it's a very courteous relationship. We go in and visit them at Chinese New Year. We're going to see old grandma, who's now heading for 100, if not 100, nobody's quite sure. We go and pay our respects to her, and people pay their respects to us, and so it's very harmonious. I think that's the one thing that is really important to Asia, in fact, but certainly Hong Kong, China in particular. They've been through so much turmoil in the last century. China, so much turmoil. They're occupied by Japan, and then having the Cultural Revolution, having major famines. I think there is a appreciation here of stability, which is we don't get as much in Western countries. And if you were to ask somebody in rural Scotland, how important to you is a stable society, they would be surprised at that question. Well, we're like, what do you mean, kind of thing. But I think it's very important here that there is a Chinese curse, in fact, that says, may you live in interesting times. Because interesting times are very destabilizing and very uncertain. So may you live in interesting times is a curse you put on people, not a challenge, or is maybe perceived in Western countries.
Yeah. So I guess it's a different definition of freedom, I guess, in the West and
Yes.
in the East. I'm generalizing, but
Well, freedom from famine. People forget that. They forget how recent, it's within people's lifetime memory that there was a major, following the Cultural Revolution, there was a major, major famine in China where millions of people died. And this is embedded in people's psyche. You can't expect it to be otherwise. Just as many people in the West, people are still traumatized in America by the Vietnam War. And it wasn't even in their country, it was in somebody else's country. But you've still got people who are traumatized by it and remember it or lost people with it. These things don't disappear for many, many generations.
recently I invested in whiskey casks. And if you ever thought about investing, let me share with you my experience. And who knows, maybe soon we'll have our casks sitting together somewhere in Scotland. According to a global wealth and trends report, experts rank whiskey as one of the best alternative investments. Unlike stocks and crypto, whiskey investments are more stable and they hold their value even in tough times, thanks for their strong demand from wealthy buyers. I did my investment through Whiskey Casks Club, and the founder Alexander actually interviewed him recently. And before the interview, we actually had a video call where he showed me my own whiskey casks sitting in Scotland at a warehouse. That was pretty cool. What's the best thing for you about living in Hong Kong?
It's been my home now since 1967. I think I really appreciate the job that I do. I think I've been extraordinarily lucky, just being the right person in the right place at the right time. And I think being female has helped at all. I mean, for example, the Minister of Health in Mongolia said to me, I was the first non-Russian expert they ever had in 1990. In fact, I arrived in Mongolia the very day the Russians were leaving after having ruled Mongolia for about 80 years. And he said we weren't quite sure what it would be like having a non-Russian advisor coming in. And when we found you were female, we were happy about that. I think they felt I would be more, perhaps gentler, more understanding in some way. I think being British helped because it would be unlikely, for example, that China would invite a Malaysian doctor from Malaysia to go and advise them on national policy. I think the fact that people felt I was part of Asia, I'd made a big effort to learn the language. I had a solid medical degree behind me, but I was not of any one nationality, one Asian nationality. So I think that helped. I think not being in my 20s and 30s helped, because Asian governments in general respect age, and they tend to listen more to people who have got experience behind them. And I think I just was at the right place. I don't think it's a job that would be possible now. For example, China's doing it themselves. They're passing the laws, they're raising the tax. Every country in Asia is now on wheels. Every country in Asia has ratified the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. They've picked it up, they're up and running with it, and they don't really need an advisor like me now. Whereas in 1980, I was helping them draft laws, I was helping them stand up.
Track temperature's rising. It's now 33 Celsius.
For example, the Minister of Cambodia said to me, I've got a big problem with tobacco because the head of Philip Morris said he's coming in 2 weeks to meet with me, and I will actually be out of the country. I said, that's fine. And he said, no, but he said, I want you to meet him. I said, you don't have to meet him. You don't have to meet him at all. You know, you're the Minister of Health in Cambodia. You can choose who you want to meet with. And I said, in fact, it's probably not a good idea to meet at all with the tobacco industry.
The leader has just done a 128.52.
Early days of standing up to the tobacco companies. But equally, I helped them a lot with designing legislation, designing tax policies and things like that. So these are all part of the course now. They're all up and running. They're all happening. So I think it was just that moment in time. And I'm very appreciative of that. I was very lucky. And I've just had such an interesting life, being able to work principally with governments, and including, for example, I've been 3 times to North Korea. Not that many people have done that. In China, I've been 5 times to the Party School. Now, the Party School is the ideological think tank of the Communist Party in China. It's places where Kissinger goes, for example. So to be invited 5 times to work with them is a tremendous privilege, and help them with a document they were drafting on tobacco and it coming into force. And visiting the Great Wall when there was not a person on it. going to countries and working with the governments instead of going as a tourist and just seeing the sights and so on, but working, with people in that country has just been.
The track temp's increasing. It's now 34 Celsius. Okay, Bullard, we've got 2 laps to set a decent time.
Green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap. One more lap.
25.12. You're currently 3.5 seconds off the pace. 122.07. Your last lap time was at
There's the
122.07.
flag. It's over.
Oh, Villa, restart it. Get the clutch in next time. That's the end of the session. 8th place.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the left side. The estimated SOF is 1,234. Closed. Pit road is closed. Let's go points racing.
Seconds. We've got cold tyres. We need to get some heat into them. P8. This is a rolling start. We need to allow car number 8 to pass. Safety car speed is 72 kilometers per hour.
There's an incident behind. Get ready, going green. The pace
Alright,
car
Villa,
is in.
nice and neat. Stay out of trouble.
Green,
Go.
green, green. The leader's gone off. The next car's the leader. There's an incident behind.
The car in front of us is, car number 2, D license, and their rating is 1.3. Decent start. We can build something from here. Seventh position.
On your left. Hold your line. Clear left.
Clear on the left. Car
Left
on your
side.
left.
Hold your
Still
line. Still there.
Stay on the right.
Clear left.
Clear.
Stevens, car number 12, is now in the lead. The leader has just done a 121.43. P4.
You're in fourth position.
Okay, Willard, ignore that fucker in the mirror. Stick to your line. Nail those exits. You're reeling? Yeah, in. The gap's now 0.7.
21.04.
That last lap was a 121.05. Car in front has just posted a 121.25. Alright, Willard, 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left.
On your left.
On your left.
Hold your line. Hold your line.
Still there, hold your line.
Still there. Clear left.
Clear.
Have it. Nice one. Car in front is Lord, car number 19. D license.
Pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.1 seconds. .65.
Well done, Willard. You're looking really good. Come on, keep your focus. P3. Track temperature is falling. It's now 34.
Car left. Clear left.
Clear.
Come on, Willard. Nicely done.
21.66.
This is fucking great, mate. Keep it coming. P2. We're halfway home. We're okay on fuel.
0.011. The next car's the leader.
Right side.
21.273.
Hold your line.
Stay on the left.
Still there.
Still there, hold your line.
Clear right.
Clear.
Fucking great pass, mate. Well done. Stay between the lines. Please, Will.
All right. Clear right.
On the right.
On your right. Clear right.
Clear. 5 minutes
5
to go.
minutes remaining. 5 minutes left.
The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 2 seconds.
The car in front of us is Jan, car number 2, B licence, and their rating is 1.3. P4, the gap in front is now 0.7. That lap was a 21.31. Two minutes to go, 2 minutes.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go.
White flag, one more lap. You've just done a 122.56. P4, well done, mate. Good finish. That's the end of the session.
All right, there's the checkered flag. Great job. You did really well.
Dozen times working with the government. So
At some point, you are considered as one of the most dangerous people for tobacco industry. It takes a lot of courage on that. How was it? And were you threatened by them? And like, what did you feel? Because I guess like many people, they just quit at some point because of the pressure. Because you basically you're one person against like super powerful corporations.
I think at the very beginning it was quite daunting, just being on my own. And certainly I was quite vulnerable. The tobacco industry in 1989 said I was one of the three most dangerous people in the world. And I have come to wear that as a badge of pride, actually. And then more recently, just a couple of years ago, they said there were 8 people who were, the most dangerous people. I was still on the 8. So I was pleased to see that I hadn't sort of gone down a bit off the top list. The tobacco industry has never learned that the more trouble I have with them, the stronger it makes me. I get more and more determined when I see them. But certainly they have called me every name under the sun you can think of. They've said I'm like Hitler, I'm like a nanny, I'm like an interfering busybody. They've called me so many names. I've twice been threatened with being taken to court for lawsuits by them. Nothing came of it. So, in other words, it was just a threat, and they never followed it through. It was a threat, and it was also, however, a message. Once I was on live radio, when they threatened to shut me on live radio on RTHK with this, they were also letting the audience know she's not accurate with what she's saying, which in fact I was. And RTHK the following day checked up. They said actually what Dr. Mackay said was accurate and so on. But it's trying to sort of undermine my authority as well as being threatening. I have to say, one reason that we sent our two sons back to Scotland to continue their schooling was that I was quite concerned about their safety. They had to go up what was then a pretty lonely road up to catch a school bus. That was not really good news. But to give it a sense of how important it was, the Secretary for Security, Jeffrey Barnes, the late Jeffrey Barnes, in Hong Kong, he at one stage insisted that I had 24 hours police protection because he said that, all these things that are happening, libelous to say it's the tobacco industry, some of them, we have no proof. But he said, we want you to have 24-hour protection, the government does. And I said, look, I just don't want to live 24 hours with a policeman. And so he said, okay, I'll just let it be known that if anything happens to you, we'll have official government inquiry. And so I felt more secure after that. And of course, I feel secure now because I'm not a suicidal type at all. If I was found at the bottom of Hong Kong Harbour, everybody would think it was a tobacco industry and otherwise. So I don't feel so concerned now. But certainly in the early days, when I was on my own, being called all these names, I've been likened even more recently to a jihadist. It's changed now from being Hitler to a jihadist. But they've tried to undermine my credibility. That's what they've tried to do all along, and to also make it uncomfortable for me. But it tends to make me stronger. I don't know. Maybe it's my Yorkshire upbringing, my Yorkshire genes. I've got some Danish Viking genes as well. So maybe it's a combination of those two. Give me strength.
You are 81?
Yes.
81.
Yes, I'm 81.
How does it feel to be 81?
Well, I still feel as if I did the other way around, 18. I think inside myself, I still feel very much the same. I realise I'm not, of course, I'm not deluded. But I think I feel much the same as I did. I feel more experienced now. And certainly in terms of tobacco control and understanding the world and, life and friends, of course. I mean, I've had a lifetime of, just wonderful experiences in that regard. But I don't feel very much different from how I did then. And I've often said to people I'd be working till I'm 100. So that's what I plan to do. So the tobacco industry, do not put the champagne glasses yet. I'm certainly not retiring. Not at all.
Yeah. What's the meaning of life for you?
I think to be happy. I think there's so many things in the world that we have no control over. Some of the things that are going on in the world today in the Middle East and wars in Europe and so on, we can do only so much ourselves. We can maybe not buy something that comes from a particular country, but in fact remarkably little. But I think if we ourselves are happy, then we spread that to people. We make other people happy. And I suppose I really value joy in life. I wake up every morning thinking grateful. I feel grateful and I feel positive about life. I'm just a cup half full person. And I think that if I can make people happy, make people smile, I think if I do an interview and don't make people laugh, I think that's a failure. If I give a talk at a conference, even on tobacco, and I don't somehow make the audience laugh with me, I think that's a failure too. So I think I value happiness. And from an individual point of view, what more can you do than to really value joy in life and appreciate it? And that's a very core value for me. 苦しくないよ。前方の敵機に攻撃を仕掛けます。
了解しました。スタンバイ完了。
応援グリーン、左が前方の敵機に攻撃を仕掛けます。
了解しました。左の折りか30、取り勝ち20。班長、応援グリーン、スタンバイ OK です。
応援グリーン、
私の理想は理解できるとは思っていないか。力使わないように。
あんたを信じてる。ジェイ。許さない。絶対に。抽選完了。無理。お姉さん。
このターン。ブリッジ遮蔽。進路インディゴデルタ。加速入場。各員、訓練の成果を存分に発揮できるよう努めよ。ヘッド補足、距離3メートル。カーホイザーで敵正体を迎撃する。アーサー。カーホイザー起動。多連結コントロール移行。照準。前方敵正体。カーホイザー。を見て続けるわけには。黒い敬礼札。エネルギー充電開始。加熱率想定数値範囲内で上昇。よし、熱いの一発。ぶちかますわよ。戦い方を見せてやるよ。もらった。もらった。はいはい。授業開始よ。チョークをライフに持ち替えて。世の中、そう簡単にはいかないのよ。自慢の射撃は今健在ってね。慣れたものよ。未来一番の射撃の腕見せてあげるわよ。これでどう？一番弱いところを打ち抜け。こんなものかしらね。ここまでかよ。顔なしが来るのなら、見てわからない相手ならこれで。後ろが叩き合う。見せろ、私の力を。日本は必ず取り返す。はじけろ。
Time was 2:16.00. You're currently 0.8 slower than your best. Sector 1 is 0.32 off your best. Sector 2 is a tenth off your best. Sector 3 is 0.40 off your best. The leader's just done a 229.02. The leader has just done a 218.31.
Give us a few clean laps to get our fuel
Pit lane
numbers.
speed limit is 72 kilometers per hour. You're all clear. Stay behind the line.
We got damage on the front end. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straight. Car 13, just set the fastest lap, 18.499. You got it, slow car on the right. Car stops on the right. Go left.
Willard, we need to watch these track limits.
Car 11, just set the fastest lap. 17.887.
The leader's just done a 217.46. Track temperature's decreasing. It's now 39 Celsius.
Right side. Clear right.
Clear.
Watch your speed.
Pit box in 10.
Box in 5,
5,
4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Box now.
Right here. All the damage is repairable.
Front left 96%. Left rear 95.
Repairs are nearly done. Go, go, go!
Mid exit's clear. Don't cross the white line. The leader has just done a 217.04.
got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You'll have less grip out there.
The leader's just done a 2:16.89. Your exit's clear. Don't cross the white line. Limiter's still on. Disengage it.
On your right. Clear right.
On the right.
The leader has just done a 2:16.53. track temperature's decreasing. It's now 33 Celsius. The track temperature's rising. It's now 43 Celsius. We have 2 laps to get the job done, mate. The track temperature's increasing. It's now 39 Celsius.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
track temps increasing. It's now 41 Celsius. Track limits, keep it within the lines. The leader has just done a 218.62.
One more lap.
The leader has just done a 217.93. The leader has just done a 217.40. The leader's just done a 217.16. Seventh position.
There's the flag. It's over.
Okay, take your time, just get it started. That's the end of the session, P7.
1 lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 1,079. Closed. Pit road is closed. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
P7, cold tyres all round. This is a rolling start. Follow car number 3 in the right lane. The safety car speed is 76 kilometers per hour. Okay, Bullard, the pace car has just left. The pace car has just left.
Passer 4, car passer 11, car passer 2, car passer 14, car
Safety car speed is 96 kilometers per hour. We need to catch car number 3.
12, car catcher 3, car. Letter 17, Carbine. You had the position when the yellow flag came out. Passer 13, car. Passer 14, car. Passer 2, car. Passer 11, car. Passer 4, car. Catcher 3, car. Letter 17, Carbine.
Catch up to car number 3.
Get ready, going green. Pace car
Heads
is
up,
off.
get ready.
Green
Go,
flag,
go,
green
go.
flag.
Okay, Willard, the next car is Robertson, car number 3. Track temperature is falling. It's now 36 Celsius. Okay, Willard, you need to pass this track. You're losing too much time. Come on, don't make it easy for him. Make him go the long way round. Just had a warning for cutting the track.
We've got big problems with that engine.
Left side, clear left.
Car on your left. You've got a lot of smoke.
It's showing the recall
Damage.
flag.
Let's
You'll
get
need to
that
come into the
fixed.
pits for repairs. Restart it, get the clutch in next time.
Required repairs are 52 minutes 47 seconds. Optional repairs are 3 minutes 58 seconds. All the damage is repairable.
is pitting. Young, car number 6, is now leading. The track temperature's rising, it's now 38 Celsius. 2 litres remaining. We'll need to pit for repairs. We've had the black and orange flag. That's a new fastest lap for Young, 2:17.43.
All the damage is repairable.
Okay, we'll 15 minutes left. That's 15 minutes. Young, car number 6, is now in the lead.
Ten minutes.
10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes.
Time to push.
B, car number 30, is leading the race. The track track temperature's decreasing. It's now 36 Celsius. Young, car number 6, is leading the race. Okay, Villa, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left. Stay focused, we're still in this. That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
White flag, white flag.
Young, car number 6, is now in the lead. Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go. B, car number 30, is now leading.
Checkered flag, checkered flag. Better schedule some testing. We'll get them next time.